Good morning. Hearing board is in session. Today is Tuesday, April 11th, 2017. We're meeting in the hearing room at SCAQMD headquarters in Diamond Bar. Time is 9:04 a.m. Today we are continuing a hearing in the matter of SCAQMD versus Aircraft Heat Treating Company, Inc., Anaplex Corporation, and DOES 1 through 100, case 6066-1. Today we are focusing on aircraft, and this is a hearing on the status report and possible modification of the order for abatement. Who is representing the executive officer this morning?
William Wong on behalf of the executive officer.
And representing respondent aircraft?
Tom Wood on behalf of Aircraft Heat Treating.
Thank you. Those will be testifying. Please rise to be sworn in. Raise your right hand. Do you promise to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you. Mr. Wong?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good morning to the remainder of the hearing board members. Actually, this hearing, as we envision it, will be very little on the status report and more on, I think, the hearing board's inquiry as to what perhaps the parties are doing with respect to the number of exceedances that aircraft went through. So in terms of the status report, we filed the status report. Really not much has changed since then. The parties, I understand, are meeting with the city tomorrow to discuss the location of the new monitor. And that's the really only remaining obstacle to completing the agreement. So once we can get confirmation from the city and the district's determination that this is an appropriate place to put the new monitor, I think that will go forward fairly quickly. So we don't have much more to report on that. We do have Ian McMillan here to discuss, and he's actually prepared a little slideshow on the various actions taken by the district to obviously avoid all these exceedances and the various steps the district has taken.
Thank you. Mr. Wood?
Morning, Mr. Chair, members of the board. As Mr. Wong said, when we last met on the 23rd, you specifically asked us to come back with a more detailed discussion of the cause of any exceedances, how aircraft is working to address these issues, and the involvement of aircraft with the district in terms of identifying any possible issues and sharing information on monitoring and testing results. So we brought with us today Mr. James Wright, who's prepared to testify on all of these components and be able to walk you through just the efforts in quite a large amount of detail, as much detail as you would like, in terms of what it's been going on at aircraft and the cooperation and work that's been happening with the district. So we can proceed with him. In regards to the agreement, as Mr. Wong said, we also are anticipating this meeting tomorrow at 1:30 with the city in order to be able to get approval from the city to site the monitoring platform on the city street, because we need to be able to leave it out there for months at a time, and we can't do that without the city's approval.
Thank you. Ms. Prusite?
I'm hoping someone might be able to address issues that were raised for me in the status report. There's discussion of battery operated versus direct operated monitor and a replacement of the monitor, but I don't recall those issues being raised at the last hearing. So if there can be some at least brief explanation by a witness as to which one is being replaced and why that is a better option, that just might be helpful.
Thank you.
We actually don't have any witnesses to explain the agreement. I don't know if any of his witnesses can. Oops. At the hearing where these issues of monitoring were raised, there was a concern that aircraft raised regarding the district's, I believe it's the Omni monitor, which is located near the wall. And they presented testimony about a monitor they were using, which is more directly powered. we felt that even though the Omni is fine, we were actually interested in relocating the monitor because we did not, both parties seemed to feel that that was not the ideal location for a monitor. So we have agreed to relocate the monitor, and Aircraft has also agreed to provide direct power to a monitor. So that resolves the issue of using the Omni, because the Omni is battery powered, and we do need the battery powered monitors for elsewhere. So we thought this was an appropriate time to essentially swap out the monitors for a direct powered monitor and relocate the monitor.
If I might supplement that, I think also the term of the use, battery-powered versus direct-powered, was in some means an effort to avoid just specifying a manufacturer name, so that we didn't say something specific about the Omni. The Omni is a battery-powered monitor, so it was the way to describe it without saying Omni. The Zontecs that we're moving to are a monitor that is, as Mr. Wong said, you plug it in, so you don't have to worry about the battery or taking the battery and recharging it. That was not the meat of the discussion that we had before, and that's why it's confusing, because it just happens to be that's a convenient way to be able to talk about those monitors without using a brand name for it. Is that a fair characterization, Mr. Wong? I don't want to put
That is correct, yes. We did not, again, we have full confidence in the Omni monitor, but we didn't want to indicate that there was some doubt about it, so we preferred using the more generic term.
And as you heard, we did not have full confidence in the Omni monitor, but we're working out our differences. And I think really as soon as we get Mr. Wong and I talked in the hallway just before we came in, as soon as we get this location approval from the city, we believe that the agreement is all ready to proceed with.
Mr. Wong, the board also, I specifically expressed interest in the initial three instances of shutdown and the value of the inspectors going in and trying to determine if there was if they could find any reason for there having been an exceedance.
Yes, and we do have actually someone from enforcement to address your concerns. I won't try to anticipate their testimony, but I believe that essentially their role is somewhat more limited. Hex chrome emissions are not kind of obvious. You don't see like open pipe spewing out hex chrome, and the inspector can simply find that. So it does require a fair amount of gathering of kind of investigative party involving numerous district personnel, from source testing to rules and planning. So they have done that, but the inspectors themselves are not really trained for that type of investigation.
I understand. And so we'd be interested in what those findings are.
Right, yes, and I think the findings, to the extent they're not involving purely inspectors, Ian will probably discuss in his testimony.
Thank you. Okay, you may proceed with Mr. McMillan.
Okay. Mr. McMillan, will you please state your name, spell it for...
Since we're in the hearing matter of the location of these monitors, what's so unique and specific about the location that you're recommending, and why?
Well, I'm not involved in specifically recommended monitors, but there are a couple of issues there. We obviously want to choose a monitor that we believe represents the emissions from aircraft. And second, as Mr. Wood indicated, since they have to sit on the street, it does require approval by the city.
I mean, will they give you, why you anticipate that they give you the results, accurate results that you want, based on the location?
Well, it's not like we expect certain results. We want to have a monitor placed that represents the emissions from aircraft.
I'm speaking to the accuracy of the measurements at that specific location. You have a reason for saying that's why you wanted that location. 13, 14, and 15 is located at a location right now, which is in the proximity of the aircraft.
Right.
I think the issue is is the placement representative of what what they want to learn?
Right.
And not the accuracy and precision, that's another issue. Is that something Mr. McMillan can testify to?
Well, Mr. McMillan is not in the monitoring group. He can answer some questions, but, his expertise is somewhat limited. But again, Mr. Camarita is quite on point. The issue of accuracy, there's no issue of accuracy. We actually go through quite a series of sampling and lab analyses and QA, QC, and as far as we're aware, there's really not an issue of accuracy. It's an issue of placing the monitor appropriately to collect the data that we can accurately analyze.
And we did have some testimony regarding accuracy and precision several hearings ago.
That's correct.
The
Ms.
reason why I
Prusak?
raised the question, Mr. President, Mr. Chairman, because on the location of 13, 14, and 15, who made the decision to locate them at that site, the monitors?
Well, I think it's through our monitoring division that made the decision to place the monitors there.
Ms. Prusak is anxious to speak.
I just wanted to correct, I believe 13, 14, and 15 is Anaplex. Aircraft, the monitor that is most relevant is 8,
It's 8, okay, very good.
just to correct the record.
So what about 8 and 9?
Why don't we hear the testimony and then proceed? Before we do that, did you have a question, Doctor?
Was there a discussion among the people about the placement? You seem to have decided that you only want one. You're putting, so to speak, all your eggs in one basket. And the question is, would 2, 3, 6, I don't know what the number is, but I am concerned about one.
Well, the issue was with respect to one monitor, which we're relocating. The other monitors are not being changed.
If I may, also the agreement anticipates multiple monitors on that platform, and the agreement requires actually that we have room at a minimum for 2 monitors to be placed there by the district, and then it would be additional monitors placed by the facility.
I may respond. I misstated my position. I was assuming there would be one monitor at one location. So let me rephrase the question. More locations as opposed to one. Again, it's putting your eggs in one basket. You may need 2 baskets with more than one egg in each basket. I can't answer that, but I'm concerned about location.
Okay. Let's hear the testimony, and maybe we can have some questions answered. Mr. Wong.
Okay. Let's see. Mr. McMillan, have you been sworn in?
Yes, I have.
Let's see. And I don't know if you finished stating your name, spelling it for the record, and explaining your position with the district, but if you have, then we'll just move on.
So my name is Ian Macmillan, last name Macmillan, and I'm a planning and rules manager here at the district.
And you have testified here previously in this hearing.
Yes.
And you did take the oath.
Yes, I did.
Thank you.
Thank you. And as you know, the hearing board is interested in kind of the work being done by the district to investigate the few number of exceedances the aircraft has gone through. I understand you've prepared a slideshow for that?
Yes.
Yes. Would you please just go through that slideshow?
Sure. I don't know if we need to do the handouts as
Oh,
well.
yes, okay.
And then, let's see now. Okay.
The hard copy of the PowerPoint presentation we're about to view will be marked as Exhibit 31 for petitioner. You may proceed.
Sure. So just a very brief outline of what I plan to cover this morning. We'll talk a little bit about some of the potential sources of hexchrome, talk a little bit about curtailments, some of the recent changes at Aircraft to reduce chrome-6 emissions, and some upcoming actions. I do want to start actually with curtailments. This is a graph that shows time on the horizontal axis on the bottom and hexavalent chromium level on the vertical axis, and that's in nanograms per cubic meter. And the dark blue line, that sort of that jagged line, shows the 3-sample average at Site 8 that we consider attributable to Aircraft. And this is following a methodology that district staff pulled together to subtract out typical basin background concentrations and any other emissions from other local sources that can be identified. And so this is this blue line represents really the level that would be used to determine whether or not a curtailment should occur. And so we see the bright red line there shows the curtailment threshold of 1 nanogram per cubic meter. The yellow line in the middle there, the vertical yellow line, shows when the hearing board order took effect in late December. And so you can see that this line from late October until now, there's been substantial reduction in emission, or a substantial reduction in measured hexavalent chromium levels out at Site 8. But there has been some sort of bouncing up and down. The blue shaded areas there on the right are the curtailments and the length of each curtailment period, the 4 curtailment periods that have occurred at Aircraft. And you see that shortly after emissions, or the monitored levels rather, start to go up, a curtailment takes effect, and those monitored levels come back down very rapidly. Okay. What I also want to lead with here is that we do recognize that understanding these the emissions is critically important, where the emissions are coming from, so that appropriate mitigation and controls can be put in place. And this is in part for hear what's happening with the hearing board, but also to be in compliance with District Rule 1402, which has set limits of a 25 per million cancer risk from all emission sources and from all pollutants from a facility. And so this action here at the hearing board has its own requirements, but ultimately there are more stringent requirements under Rule 1402, and so we are interested in understanding a complete picture to make sure that the facility will stay in compliance with Rule 1402. Part of the reason that I'm saying this is that while these curtailments are certainly notable and something that I don't think anybody wants to have repeated, they are not the only process that we're paying attention to. So our investigation goes beyond these specific curtailments. We are certainly interested in what's happening during the curtailments, but even at a level, for example, of 0.99 nanograms per cubic meter, which would be below the curtailment threshold, that might not be sufficient to stay under Rule 1402. So we are interested in understanding a complete picture with or without these curtailments. With that, I want to just very briefly go kind of give a quick overview of what the district has done to understand the emissions at this facility. A lot of this has been presented before at previous hearings by myself and by others. Certainly we're aware of all the air monitoring that's going on out in the Paramount community. And I'll just mention briefly, we've deployed monitors at well over 25 locations throughout the city, working with the State Air Resources Board. They're also monitoring out in the city. And so there's a number of different locations that we have been trying to understand the hexavalent chromium levels at those locations. We are somewhat limited with the technology that we have, and I say this it's kind of strange to say that we're limited by these battery monitors that we can stick on power poles. It's limited really to where there's a utility pole or a power pole or a street light that we can stick one of these monitors. When I'm saying we're limited, that's not 6 months ago, this is an incredible expansion and an amazing tool that we now have that we didn't have previously. And so we're realizing that there are some limits to it, but the level of detail of information that we have today is much different than we would have had, say, 1 year ago. Moving on, we have discussed previously about a lot of on-site sampling and source testing that has occurred at the facility, both taking solid samples, liquid samples, air samples inside the facility itself, right close to the sources to try to understand what are the potential sources, and I'll go through that in a little bit. That source testing is continuing. There are requirements under Rule 1402 for the facility to continue to do source testing, and I believe that is being undertaken currently. There's some more source testing occurring right now. We've had a number of site visits of the facility by our inspection staff, as well as our source testers, our rulemaking staff, et cetera. The district obviously has a lot of expertise in a lot of different areas, and we have been trying to make sure that the appropriate personnel with this different expertise has an opportunity to go visit the site. So while there are inspectors that certainly go, there are, having different sets of eyes on this, on the sources of emissions has been very beneficial, and I'll walk through some of that in a little bit. We also regularly communicate with the facility, phone call, meetings at the site, et cetera. I don't think anybody's tried to tally up the number of conversations that we've had with the facility on any number of details, but it's very regular communication. I would easily multiple times a week has been the norm. What we have heard from the facility is that they do have some limitations. They feel because of a class action lawsuit that they are also addressing from some nearby residents, and so they have some limits that they feel with the kind of information that they can share. That said, we have received a lot of very valuable feedback from the facility. And obviously, we're going to continue along this investigation. What I'm going to be presenting right now is really just an overview of what some of what we have learned today, but this will our knowledge about what's happening here, we expect to continue. I don't think we believe that we have a full, complete understanding today. This next picture is an oblique aerial. It's if you were a bird flying overhead, what the facility might have looked like probably 6 months ago. And what we see here are 4 buildings at the Aerocraft site. At the corner of Madison and Minnesota Street, we're looking in a southwest direction. You see buildings 1, 2, 3, and 4. You also see the monitoring locations, those little yellow circles. Particularly monitor 8, which is very close to some of the key operations occurring at the facility, particularly in building 2. Monitor 9 is a little bit farther south, and those are the 2 closest power poles to the facility, which is why those locations were selected. We also see down to the bottom of the figure, monitor 18, another little yellow circle there. That site, I believe, has now been, or that monitor, I believe, has now been relocated to another area. We have limited resources and a lot of potential sources of hexavalent chromium, and so we're continuing to try to balance where to allocate district resources. What we are finding so far is that monitor 8 really is, on almost all cases of these 3 monitors, been the highest recorded site. In fact, it might have always been the highest. I can't say for certain right now, but it's monitor 8 has really been the key monitor that we've been looking at. Winds typically come from the west, certainly during the daytime when winds are strongest. I'd like to touch a little bit on the potential uncontrolled emission sources of hexavalent chromium. This certainly wouldn't be all of the sources of hexavalent chromium, but these are the ones that we've learned the most about just in the last few months, and are likely the, when we first started, the most significant sources of hexavalent chromium. So first, furnace emissions. This is something we've talked about, I think, a little before. The facility heat treats metal parts in furnaces. What we've found, or what we believe is occurring, is that at high temperature, any chrome that might be present in some of these metal alloys will be converted from a level, say, chrome 3 up to chrome 6 due to this higher temperature. But the level of chromium in each of these parts varies. In fact, there are different kinds of alloys that are going into the furnaces, as well as stainless steel racks that these parts sit on, and the steel racks also will have chrome in them, and these racks are reused again and again. So there are many potential ways to form hexavalent chromium in these furnaces. What we have heard from the facility, and this is something that we're investigating now, is to what level temperature plays an effect on the generation of hexavalent chromium on these metal parts, and what the chemistry of the parts themselves has to do. And so some of the source testing that is going on over these next several weeks should be looking to address that question. I'll show some pictures of some of this in a little bit. Next, oil quenching and water quenching. So some parts, after they come out of the furnaces, are quenched in a liquid bath, either oil or water, or have been in the past. As you can imagine, if parts are coming out at maybe well over 1,000 degrees, if you place it into a liquid, you're going to get a very quick burst of either smoke or steam as you place it in oil or water. That is a potential way to liberate some of the hexavalent chromium on the parts up into the atmosphere. Another potential way to get hexavalent chromium in the atmosphere is for the water baths in particular. One of the water baths has a cooling tower that uses water from that bath, or in the past had used water from a bath. We have heard from the facility that that bath is no longer being used. But that was certainly a potential source previously. There is also outdoor fan cooling of heated parts that, again, we've heard is no longer occurring at the facility, but had occurred in the past. There are certainly potential fugitive dust emissions from the facility, as any of this metal dust is around the facility, and that can potentially be kicked up into the air. And what I do also want to mention is that all of these sources I just walked through were previously unknown sources of hexavalent chromium, either to ourselves or from what we've heard from the facility, that this was something that we don't have specific rules or regulations that address these sources currently. It's something the district is continuing to evaluate, but this is something we've been really just learning in the last few months, and we're continuing to learn about. I just want to show a few pictures here. So here are some of the furnaces. You can see that these are fairly large furnaces. The image on the left, you can see one big furnace to the left with another one to the right. The image on the right, you see a big quench bath in the foreground, and in the back left, you see a furnace with a door that's closed. What I do want to emphasize in the image on the right is that you can see daylight coming in. These were fairly open buildings. Previously, there's also an open roof vent at the top, and so any emissions that are being created inside this building are not really being captured in an enclosure. They have ready access to the atmosphere, or at least at the time that these pictures were taken. There's been many enclosures that have been put in place, including on this building, since this picture was taken. This image here shows the water quench bath on the left. You can see it's a very large bath, and again with daylight right behind it, so any quenching that might occur there, you can imagine that any emissions that might come from steam plumes would readily escape into the atmosphere. There's a cooling tower that's just off image here that would also take this water that was found previously to have high hexavalent chromium, and that cooling tower could then disperse that water into, and any pollutants caught up in that water, into the atmosphere. Again, that operation is no longer occurring. I believe this water has also been changed out by the facility early on, and it's, I believe, no longer has higher levels of hexavalent chromium, although I don't know that I've seen the latest results, if there are any sampling results from that quench bath. On the right, you can see a quench actually taking place at this oil bath. These plumes of either soot and smoke coming from an oil bath or steam from a quench bath, while certainly can be dramatic when they occur, they tend to be fairly short-lived, on the order of 30 seconds, a minute, something like that. So it's really just a short burst while it's occurring, but there are certainly emissions during those quenching events.
Senator?
Who took the photographs?
These particular photographs were taken by our source testing group.
Your group went inside.
Yes, this is from district staff.
Thank you.
I should say the figures on this slide were from source testing group. The previous slide were from our rulemaking group. And I'll try to identify as I walk through, but it's all from district staff. This next slide shows on the left an area on the outside of the facility. Again, this is a picture that is a few months old now, showing a number of fans that are set out, and parts could be set, parts coming out of a furnace could be set near these fans, and these fans would cool off the heated parts. Certainly, you can imagine that if you have some large fans and any metal dust that you see, for example, on the right, anything that is lying around, this dust can easily be liberated up into the atmosphere and dispersed into the air. Again, as we've heard from this facility, this outdoor fan cooling is not taking place anymore. So I've touched a little bit on some of the key emission sources. When we think about the emission controls and look at the emission controls that have occurred over the last few months, certainly we have the 22 controls that are in the order for abatement. I've tried to summarize this into two key areas that it looks like these controls have really focused on. One is on housekeeping measures, particular wet cleaning, HEPA vacuuming, and training of staff to ensure that any loose dust is quickly cleaned up in a manner that will not generate emissions, a prevention of generating fugitive dust. And this can actually be a very, very effective measure. It sounds like it's kind of low-hanging fruit, something that can occur, and so we are certainly glad that this is there. The second one has been focused on enclosures and controls on the grinding and plasma arc cutting operations. Now, I didn't show that in the slides. This is some activity that's occurring not in buildings 1, 2, 3, or 4. It's actually across the street. These are sources of hexavalent chromium that were known as potential sources going into the order for abatement, but they weren't considered to be major sources from this facility. There is not a lot of grinding that's occurring at this facility as far as very large grinding operations. It tends to be a smaller drill that just kind of grinds small little postage stamp size areas on metal. Now then, there's a lot of that going on, but it's again very small sizes occurring. And then also on the plasma arc cutting operation, that activity, as we understand it, only occurs a few times a year and is not a major activity that's occurring at the facility. But there were some enclosures and controls that were put into the order for abatement on those operations. Since the order for abatement, the facility has been quite active at trying to go beyond these measures that are in the order for abatement. For example, buildings 1, 2, and 4 have there have been significant effort to put some enclosures on these buildings. There have been some temporary bag houses that have been added, in particular to buildings 1 and 2. I believe that there are some efforts to also put bag houses on building 4. I'm not sure if that's completely in place right now. But for building 2, in addition, the bag house that's been placed there, a temporary bag house, has also been upgraded to a HEPA filter, so a higher efficiency filter to take more particulate out of the air. I'll be going through this in a little bit more detail in a second. We've heard that all of the high temperature heat treating has been put into building 2 where the most controls are, instead of also occurring in building 3 or other buildings, and that this has been done with the belief that the higher temperatures can generate more hexavalent chromium, so to put those in a higher controlled environment.
Excuse me, that was a question I was going to ask you. Is there some linear relationship, some kind of curve that describes that? Is there a critical temperature where you're going to start to see an increase in hexachromium? And is that critical temperature a temperature that being observed at the site?
I'll say for myself, I don't know that there is necessarily a critical set temperature where hexavalent chromium starts to form. I think it depends on a number of factors, including temperature, chemistry, duration, maybe a number of different variables. One of the things that is occurring right now is there's source testing that is underway now and continuing over the next little while here, looking at the furnaces at different temperatures with different alloys in there to try to understand that relationship. And so we are actively investigating that relationship.
May I ask one more question? You were talking about the dust a moment ago. The dust particles are being sampled systematically throughout the buildings where the dust accumulates.
I don't know.
For hexachromium.
Sure. I don't know if there was a systematic sampling. I think there were a few key samples that were taken near specific processes to try to just get an initial understanding to just really detect, is there hexavalent chromium present or not? And there was hexavalent chromium present, and that's in some earlier evidence that I think has been presented to this board. Okay. I did mention the fan cooling and water quenching has been ceased at the facility. And I should also mention that controls are continually being refined and implemented at this facility as more is learned. And I want to walk through that a little bit right now. So this slide shows a temporary bag house that has been placed on Building 2. You can see the ductwork, those coming on the top of the slide there, coming down into the bag house. You can see an exhaust stack there, which doesn't look like a typical exhaust stack. It's sort of this rectangular shaped vent that you see is pointed right at that window, actually. I bring this up pardon me, because we are not sure if this vent is actually blowing the exhaust from this bag house towards Site 8 and actually perhaps blowing some emissions right at Site 8, even though they're controlled through the bag house, which is definitely a very good thing to have the emissions from the building go through HEPA filtration before being exhausted. At the end of the day, this exhaust is blowing right towards Site 8. Site 8 is actually right on the opposite side of this building, right downwind of that stack. This next slide shows some of the roof vents on top of Building 2, and you can see that these roof vents have actually been enclosed in this picture. You see that all this plastic sheeting that's there to try to limit all of the any airflow that would leave the building up through this roof vent typically. One of the things that our source testing staff discovered, though, on one of the visits, and actually this visit was from the most recent curtailment visit. There was a number of staff that went out during this curtailment visit, and including our source testing staff. And one of the things that they were looking at was Building 2 was put under negative pressure, such that air would be coming from the outside into the building because of the bag house. And so there were some negative pressure readings down at ground level near the doors, and which is what was intended, so that you wouldn't be losing any air out through the doors from inside the building. What was found, though, was that, as you can imagine, there's a lot of heat being generated inside this facility. All that heat rises. The reason this roof vent was here in particular was to help, dissipate any heat. So while you had negative pressure down at ground level, you still actually had positive pressure at higher levels. And so on the bottom of the sheeting, where it was attached to the roof, at least when our source testing staff was here, we found that there was still some gaps in this sheeting, and these gaps actually had positive pressure, that air was leaving the building here in these gaps, at least at the time this picture was taken, and it was an unknown source of emissions.
Senator has a short question.
Short question. The interim control, interim emission control, when were those devices installed?
I don't have the dates in front of me, but perhaps the folks from aircraft could say the exact dates. They would have the dates in front of them
Those
better.
dates are
And Mr.
relevant.
Wright will be prepared to give testimony on dates.
Those dates are relevant, and I tell you why. You can answer when time comes.
Sure.
That when you had your 7-day violation, and then your emission dropped within the acceptable level, whether or not these were in control, which caused it to happen or not, I don't know. You need to tell us that.
Sure, and I understand your question, Senator. It is something we are interested in. One thing I do want to say is that it's our understanding there's been, it's probably not a simple on-off switch with installing the controls. There's the bag house that was installed. It was then upgraded to a HEPA. These roof vents were installed. There's enclosures put on the building. When I'm looking on this particular picture, for example, the gaps there on that plastic sheeting that was then filled in at a later date. So there's been a continuum of controls that have been put in through time. Some of those may intersect with curtailment dates, but there's been a number of controls that have occurred across the facility, kind of across a continuum of time. But certainly your question is very relevant to understanding what is effective and what is not effective. Moving very quickly to another building. This is building 3, where some plastic curtains are present over a portion of the openings, but there have been some limitations we've heard from the facility to fully enclosing this building, at least at the current time. This is something we are continuing to pursue, again, as part of Rule 1402, trying to understand what emissions might be coming from this building and what potential controls might be needed on this building. I've touched on this a little bit before, looking at the source testing. We are requiring source testing of the furnaces. We are also looking at the bag house in particular for building 2. Now that there is some enclosure on that building, we're looking at both the inlet and the outlet to try to understand what the emissions were on the inlet, is really to try to see, well, what was occurring in total from the inside of this building, both the furnaces, the quenching, the housekeeping, et cetera, as well as the level of control of the bag house. We are going to be testing that during, or we are requiring testing of it during typical operations when there's furnaces, fugitive dust, quenching going on. Testing is, I believe, just being undertaken now, and will continue for a little while here. And the results of this source testing are going to be input into a health risk assessment that is required in June from this facility as part of the Rule 1402 process. Just briefly, there are some additional actions that must occur at this facility that go beyond the current order for abatement. So again, under Rule 1402, facility has to prepare what is called an early action reduction plan. This is meant to require mitigation that can be implemented in the short term. There are no risk thresholds for this early action reduction plan. It is really just looking at what can be done today to reduce risk. The idea being that there's a longer term plan under 1402 called a risk reduction plan, and that does have a risk threshold set on it of 25 chances per million at the nearest receptor. For that longer term plan, there is some time, a little more time to prepare that. So whereas the early action reduction plan was submitted just a few weeks ago now, that is still under review by staff and will be approved soon, or at least certainly comments on it soon, moving to approval very soon. The risk reduction plan is not due until June, may not be approved for up to 3 months after that, or certainly not, it won't be approved immediately in June. And there are also approximately 2 years after approval to implement those risk reduction measures. The idea being that it does take some time to investigate, as I've walked through here, what are the sources of hexavalent chromium, how can they be controlled, and what is the appropriate level of control. So there is still some investigation going on to try to understand all of that. And with that, I will end my presentation.
Mr. Wood?
No questions?
Mr. McMillan, thank you for your presentation. I think it gives the board a greater appreciation of the complexity of the issue. Appreciate also that there are, it's a multidisciplinary approach with source testing people, inspectors, engineers, people with different disciplines looking at the issue. On page 5, you indicate at the bottom there's a chart. There are some, page
Sorry,
5 of your
Which slide? This is slide
the
5.
slide that is titled the slides aren't titled, oh yeah, they are. I can just
Sorry,
see
they're
it.
very small
Yeah,
slide
it's
numbers.
10, slide 10. Titled Key Recent Aircraft Emission Controls. Everybody is frustrated that faster progress isn't being made, but we understand the complexity of this. We also understand the urgency. Can you, of these controls, can you tell us which of these, which of the 22 controls in the order for abatement were in place prior to the order for abatement?
I don't think I'm the right witness
Okay.
to
Mr. Wood, would somebody from your, do you have a witness who could describe those later on? Yes. Thank you. Okay.
Yes, sir.
Slide number, it looks like, yeah, 6, potential uncontrolled emission sources. The title of the slide says potential, but I thought I heard you say that the district has in fact determined that these are other sources of Chrome-6.
That's true. It probably should not say potential. I think at the time when this investigation began, we weren't sure if these were emission sources. I think we now have sufficient information to say that these are emission sources, but the level of emissions coming from each of these is still a little unclear.
Okay. And so that's the purpose of the source testing that is in progress.
Correct.
Board members, questions? Ms. Prusay?
Can you explain, Mr. McMillan, you had testified that somehow it matters that the temporary controls are blowing right at Site 8. Why would that matter?
I'm showing here slide 5. That's the facility layout. Let's see if I can actually get my cursor to show up. Give me 1 second here. Can you see that? Okay, so if you can see on the screen, the bag house that was shown in that one picture is located right about in here, and it blows across this direction, right? And so what ends up happening, what we think is a possibility, is that the entire facility, the entire building's emissions are ducted out this way into the bag house and then blown right back across. This is a sloped roof, and there's a potential that these emissions are actually coming right across this roof, sort of right through this opening, and then dropping right down onto monitor 8. So it could be that this monitor is actually picking up right from an exhaust stack. And now then it's across a building, but that is one possibility.
But aren't those emissions being generated at the site and leaving the site?
Yes, and so it's certainly It's not to say that they don't matter, those emissions don't matter. It's just for one way for us to try to understand how are emissions leaving from this facility. That the configuration of that stack is a little bit different than most stacks. You think of a stack as sort of this vertical pipe that shoots up into the air, and then wind will then take those emissions where it goes. And so I think it's just trying to help us understand what might be happening at Monitor 8, especially since Monitor 8 is often used for curtailments. Let's see what might be happening there. And so this is one of many potential factors that could be happening at Site 8.
But do you think if you move Monitor 8 that it's going to be less accurate in terms of what's leaving the facility?
Certainly it's one thing that we want to be aware of. And I think when we've been discussing about where to move Monitor 8, I'll say I haven't been part of the most recent discussions on that. I think what I'd heard before, though, was that it was really not necessarily moving Monitor 8, for example, from here to way down over there. It was really moving it maybe a few feet to just try to move it just a little bit, so it'd still probably almost be within that circle or maybe just outside it. So it would still be in the line of where that exhaust stack is. That's my understanding, but maybe others would testify that that's changed.
Okay, but you're not testifying that just because they're blowing directly at the Monitor 8, that somehow that is inaccurate of what is leaving the facility?
No.
Okay.
I'm going to interrupt there just to make sure the board is clear. The readings at Monitor 8 tell you what the concentration in the air at that point is. Is that not correct?
Correct.
Okay. It does not tell you what is leaving Building 2 in terms of mass.
Correct.
Okay. And if you were to move Monitor 8 to some other location across the street, you'd likely have a lesser value. A lesser concentration.
Probably. There are some situations where maybe not, but probably.
Correct. Okay. Just want to make sure that the board understands that these are measurements of what is in the air at that point, and it's the sum of what's coming out of a number of sources within that facility plus the background. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. However, all right. You are basing, just so I'm clear, you're basing the curtailment and the trigger and the 3-day rolling average off that monitor mostly. I mean, I know there are other monitors that are relevant. But what is being measured at that monitor is not regarded as a safe level. Am I correct? It's more that you are judging the distance between Monitor 8 and the monitor that is closest to where residences are or the receptors are, and you're assuming that there is a dispersion of that and a reduction from there. So it's not that if you moved Monitor 8, then it wouldn't be telling you precise, like if you moved it across the street or further down, it's not telling you as accurately what the starting emissions are from that facility. I'm trying to understand. I mean,
Sure.
I think it's very relevant what's coming, even if a stack is directly, I'm trying to understand why it's not relevant. If it's off the site and the emissions are coming from on the site, then I want to know what they are at the highest point.
Sure, and I think the district obviously is very interested in trying to get a solid understanding of what the emissions are from the site and what are the monitored levels one can expect based on those emissions. So there's a number of ways to try to get at that. Some of this is through source testing. So for example, this bag house that we've been talking about, we're testing that bag house, that exhaust stack itself, to try to understand that specific emission source. Monitor 8 is picking up that specific emission source, plus many other sources at the facility. And so we do want to make sure that the monitored level, or the monitors where they're placed, are picking up representative emissions from the facility. And so where we place that monitor, we want to make sure we understand that. So for example, you wouldn't want to stick it in a place that is shielded. For example, if you have some walls in the way that might be shielding the emissions, that might be lofting over a monitor, that's not really ideal if we're trying to use this monitor to determine facility-wide emissions. So we are keeping that in mind in any consideration of where to place a different location.
I have a question about, I don't know if you know the answer to this, but if you do, the early action reduction plan was due and was submitted March 13th. Do you know if the fact that the facility is hesitant to share information due to the pending lawsuit affected what the plan looked like, or what the measures were that were proposed in that plan? If you don't, you don't. I'm just wondering if you know.
I think what I can say is that the early action reduction plan focuses more on controls and less on diagnosing where the emissions are coming from. It's intended to be sort of, if I can use the phrase, low-hanging fruit, where if you know, this is certainly an emission source, I don't know how strong it is, but there's something I can do right now. That's what the early action reduction plan is meant to be. It's not meant to really diagnose where the emissions are coming from. I think some of the challenges that we've heard expressed from the facility is in sharing some information about diagnosing where emissions are coming from as they're going through their investigation. And so it relates a little bit, but we aren't expecting a full diagnosis in that document.
I understand that, but they're not really related. You
They're
wouldn't
rated-
necessarily say, okay, well, I know I can control this, heater over here that's in the building where people are hanging out, but they have nothing to do with chrome emissions. Like, you would think that in order to have early action reduction plan for chromium emissions, you would need to actually somehow relate them to it.
Sure, you want to have that nexus between the emissions and the controls. And it's not to say that there's no information that's been coming from the facility, because there has been some information, but we have heard some limitations.
I had just a few more questions with regard to, I found some of this surprising. On page 3 of your, of the printout, it's slide 6. And these are but I understand there's a change in the potential, but uncontrolled emission sources. And most somewhat surprising to me is that all the processes that were listed here were previously unknown sources. Unknown to whom? Was it, let me ask it specifically, if fugitive dust is not controlled, wouldn't that be known to be a source of hexavalent chromium?
We certainly know that fugitive dust can be a source of particulate matter. I think what was unknown was that hexavalent chromium would be in that fugitive dust.
Even though chromium is contained in the operations and metals that are used at the facility?
Sure, but they don't do hexavalent chromium plating or anodizing or coatings or anything like that. There's chrome in parts, but the chrome is not necessarily a hexavalent chromium. It's maybe chrome 3, which does not have the same health concerns.
Okay.
And so what was the unknown was that the hexavalent chromium could be generated by the activities at the site and then have all the cascading potential sources from that.
Okay, that makes more sense. So when you showed the picture of the outdoor fan cooling, which I understand is no longer occurring, but you showed this loose metal dust, is it that it was not really known that hexavalent chromium would be in that metal dust? Because it'd be very clear to me that dust could be blown.
Sure, you have that right.
Okay. And the same thing with when you show the pictures on slide 8 with the water quench bath and it's wide open. the same thing? Is that it's just not, it wasn't clear that hexavalent chromium would be released from quenching those particular parts?
Sure, there's certainly emission sources, but whether or not those actually have any potential toxics in them, that's the thing that we're learning a lot more about.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Byrd, then Senator had a question.
I just wanted to confirm, I thought I heard you say on this slide, number 6, that that the level of emissions are unclear and that source tests are being done to determine the levels of emission for these processes. Is that what I heard you say?
Yes, with the exception of the outdoor fan cooling, we aren't doing any testing of that because that activity is not occurring.
Okay. And then I was a little bit confused, and maybe this is significant or not, but the exhaust stack from the baghouse. The baghouse hasn't, is there any known efficiency level for that temporary baghouse? Why are there?
So there's a stated efficiency that it's a HEPA, which typically means a 99% plus efficiency, but part of this is we are also doing source testing on the inlet and outlet to make sure we can confirm what the actual efficiency is.
Okay. So the fact that it's actually taking the emissions from that facility or filtering the emissions from that facility and then sending them floating through the exhaust, whatever's left, over to monitor 8, there shouldn't be much left, right? I mean,
The hope is that there is substantial control that's occurring because of this, and we believe there really is. That said, when you take an entire building, which you saw was very open previously, that was a very large sort of volume source, that emissions were sort of coming out from all sides, on the top, on the sides, on the walls, on the doors, and now you focus that all into a single spot. Right, even though you're applying controls,
okay.
you're now
Yeah,
focusing.
even if it's 1% and it's the whole building.
Right.
Versus, okay,
But we're still investigating whether or not that is really an issue or not.
okay. Thank you.
Senator?
On these interim control devices, the technology, have you taken any measurements since they've been installed, interim? And if so, what are the measurements have been?
If you're talking about measurements out at the monitors on the power poles, yes, we're continuing to do that, and those have continued. Again, I don't know that I'm the right witness to say when exactly every control was put in place. My understanding is that these baghouses have been in place before, that there have been, I think the last curtailment occurred while this baghouse was already in place. But there is, as I mentioned, there's been sort of a continuum of controls that have been added. So it's one thing and then another thing and then another thing.
The last curtailment, this interim device was in place.
I believe this baghouse was in
And
place.
so you had excessive emission, even though this device was in place, and therefore didn't do the job, sounds like.
I think our understanding is that activities that were occurring during the last curtailment, whether it included these interim controls or whatever other activities, was not sufficient, that more needs to be done.
Probably should repeat that so they can hear what you're saying.
We have told them
Did
in
you
many
share that with
conversations.
them? You haven't shared that with?
Yes, we have. And I think they are aware, and from what we've heard from the facility, they are very interested, and we can see from the actions that have been taken by the facility that they have been trying to install a lot of controls that we don't think that we know the answer yet, but they have been trying, and we are requiring them under our Rule 1402 to have substantially more control than the curtailment threshold here.
Well, you're impressed by that, but I'm yet to be impressed. I want to see some results. Now, we look at monitor 18, 9, and 8. At the time, did you find any problems with emissions, excessive emission at 18 and 9 at the time you discovered it at 8?
Yes, we did notice that 9 was sometimes high, 18 was also sometimes high, but as I mentioned, Site 8 was typically much higher. If there was a high level, 8 was always the best indicator.
You explained to me then why you would just be relying on one monitor like 8 and not the others in order to determine whether or not there's been an excessive emission?
When we look at any potential curtailment, we actually look at all of the monitors. So for example, if site 8 was below 1 nanogram per cubic meter, but site 9 was above 1, and we thought that it was coming from aircraft, the curtailment would still apply. Then the order is written that way, that we use the most representative monitor, and we have, as I mentioned, about 20 monitors in the city of Paramount. So we look at all of them for curtailment.
So henceforth, we're talking about the distance that monitor 8 is from the building, or 18 the distance, or 9 the distance. How are you going to make a decision with the city as to where you should put the monitor, 1 monitor or 3, or whatever is needed?
I don't think I'm probably the right witness to testify to those detailed conversations.
Sometimes we have to get the right witness down there, Mr. Wong, because these are questions that are important.
Well, as I indicated, the city needs to approve the siting of the monitor. It's their public streets, and so they must issue permits for that.
But you've heard the testimony saying that the distance from the source is important to know. In terms of
Yes, it is, but regardless, we can't stick a monitor on a street and the city doesn't approve it. They'll just tow it away.
Where's it located today, those monitors?
They're on lampposts.
Well, leave them there then.
Well, we got into this by trying to agree to a mutually acceptable location for the monitors. And essentially, I think both parties agreed that the current monitor location is not ideal because of the wall.
What wall?
They constructed a wall in front of monitor 8,
Who constructed the wall?
aircraft.
So therefore, they impede the flow of emission that could be measured at that site. They put the wall there.
Well, my understanding is the purpose of it was to reduce fugitive dust emissions and not necessarily to impede the flow to the monitor.
Or speaking of dust emission, Mr. McMillan, the personnel who visited that site and took the photographs or inspect that site, did they wear protective gear?
I'm not the right witness to say. I'm not sure.
Did you visit the site?
I have not actually been on site myself. I've driven by many times and discussed with many people, but I've not.
But never inside?
Never inside.
Were you aware that chromium can be airborne? Certain particles, it can be airborne,
Certainly.
mixed with dust.
Certainly.
That's right. And inside, if they did not have protective gear, they can inhale it.
Certainly.
You know what the net health effects when they inhale it? Kidneys, liver. It says right here in EPA, the type of, and the treatment, soil and groundwater containment, chromium, a technical resource guide. It talks about what the harm that can be caused by individuals who inhale airborne chromium. Okay, so knowing that, and you work the district, did anybody think of protecting the employees as they visit that site?
I know that there are conversations here at the district about personal protective equipment and what is required at each specific facility. So I know in general that those conversations occur here at the district because we are keenly aware of the toxic impacts of these pollutants. But as to the specifics for the site visits that occurred here, I'm not the right witness on that.
The city, you also talked about the outdoor fan cooling or heating treated parts. When you disturb the particles, you blow it around, it becomes airborne, and you generate more of a problem than you would have if you didn't blow it at all. Is that understood to be the case?
Yes, that's likely the case.
Well, then you're saying this is what they're doing.
Yes, that was activity that was occurring, and that's part of the reason they have stopped is they recognize that was an
They're
emission
not doing it
source.
anymore, is what you're saying.
That's what yes,
That's what you're recommending.
yes.
Okay. Then you go back to the last upcoming requirements risk reduction. You know, Rule 1402, risk reduction plan. It's going to take you all this time to approve the plan. Whether it works or not, you're going to say, you're going to give a sign off. If you don't sign off on, then what can we expect what action you would take in order to sign off?
Sure. So the process in 1402 and actually in Health and Safety Code is that when a risk reduction plan is submitted by a facility, the district has no more than 3 months to either approve or reject the plan. If a plan is rejected, what we do is we tell the facility they have 30 days to either appeal that rejection to the hearing board or submit to us a new risk reduction plan that contains changes based on our comments. And we've done this for other facilities in the past, and we expect the same kind of process would occur here. It's not uncommon that a first draft of a risk reduction plan is rejected with comments from the district. What we've typically seen is that a facility will very quickly turn that around, and usually the plan is approved shortly after that. What we also are aware of is that we want to make sure the plan works. And so if a plan isn't working, then we have the option of telling a facility the plan is not working as intended. You have to revise the plan and install more controls or do something differently. And so we continue to monitor the situation.
How do you become convinced that the plan works?
There are a number of different ways that has happened in the past. Some of that is, for example, if a plan calls for new controls to be put on the facility, then we make sure that those controls are put on. They have to get permits with us. They will often have to do source testing on those new controls to demonstrate that they're actually effective. If we have monitors in place, it's not uncommon that we leave the monitors for a while to make sure that the controls are doing what they're supposed to do. And so we do want to make sure that it actually is occurring. And there is also reporting requirements under 1402 for a facility to report back to the district on the implementation of their plan.
So what's alarming to me is that once the plan is approved, they're given 2 years to implement the plan.
Up to 2 years. The way the rule is written, it is as quickly as feasible and no longer than 2 years. And what we have seen is that when we say as quickly as feasible, the district takes that phrase very seriously, and we look to encourage the facility in the strongest way possible to get the controls in place as soon as feasible.
During normal operations of the facility, they could still be emitting excessive chromium.
Yes.
While they put the plan in place.
Yes. And I think part of the reason that we have come to the hearing board is so that there can be this bridge to make sure, without the order for abatement, for example, there would be no limits on their emissions. For example, they could be above the 25 per million risk threshold of 1402 until that 2-year timeline. So part of the reason we're here is to make sure that there is a bridge to cover this interim period.
Are you aware that EPA and other organizations have decided that there are Superfunds area where there's been a lot of chromium technology plating for aerospace industry, and therefore the soil is contaminated? And has this area, being in operation for so many years, is it one such area that's declared to be Superfund?
I'm not aware whether or not EPA has declared any area right here in Paramount or near this facility as Superfund. I am aware that DTSC, the Department of Toxic Substances Control, is conducting an investigation of subsurface contamination, looking at not just hexavalent chromium, but other pollutants.
I understand.
And so that is an ongoing investigation that DTSC is undertaking, and we communicate with them regularly.
To your knowledge, is this Paramount, where aircraft and Anaplex is located, being investigated for that purpose?
I believe the DTSC's investigation is a little bit farther to the north and east, but I think they have taken samples near this area.
Okay, well, in terms of remediation, there's a lot of technology out on that, and I'll share these books with you, including EPA. And in order to remediate the contamination of chromium, there's advanced technology, even for these particular sites, that should be employed. I'm sure you may be familiar with some of these things. All right, thank you very much.
Ms. Purcell?
I had one other line of questions, and that is, do you know, or does the district know, whether there are a lot or a number of facilities that are like aircraft, that are not plating or anodizing facilities, that may be using metal in the same way, where the district had not realized they might have been sources of chrome?
Yes, so I don't think we believe that aircraft is necessarily a one-off. We're still investigating that, though. Some of what we're finding in Paramount at other monitors, we're continuing to investigate other facilities. And so this is an area of active investigation for the district.
Right, I was wondering if this helped to inform where some of the additional problem is lying.
Most certainly.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Chairman, one final question.
Okay.
Mr. Reese, is that his name, the attorney?
Wait, which attorney are you talking about?
Pardon?
Which attorney are you talking about?
The one, the chief lawyer?
Oh, yes, he's general counsel, Mr.
Right,
Weiss.
General counsel,
Yes.
Mr. Weiss. Are you aware that he testified before the hearing board last Friday on this particular issue?
I'm not aware of that.
He did not testify before the hearing board Friday.
He provided a report,
Not the hearing board.
the governing board,
Okay.
the governing board.
All right, yes, I know he made a presentation. I don't think he's testifying, but he did make a presentation about an air toxics
Right.
plan.
And you are trying to identify monitor number 8 is one that we're going to be taking a look at, is that correct?
You mean,
Henceforth, 8, monitor 8.
yes.
Okay. During his report to the governing board, he stated that it's going to cost like $700,000 for annual monitoring and for one site. I think, I'm recalling it, I'm trying to get a copy of that report because it was so stated, and so much per week.
Well, I do
Which is
recall the
astounding.
dollar amount per week. I didn't realize he had annualized it to $700,000.
I think what he had
Were
stated.
you there?
I was,
What
and I,
did
and I
he
think
say?
what he had stated was that it was $700,000 so far spent in Paramount across all monitoring that has occurred by the district. So not just Site 8, but the 20-some odd sites that have been,
In Paramount,
yes.
700,000. How
Approximately.
much per week did he say it was going to cost?
That
Since
I
you
don't-
were
I don't
there,
recall.
I saw you testify.
I did not at that. At
Comment, I think. Didn't you comment?
that no, I was sitting in the audience.
Another guy, I'm sorry.
But I don't actually recall it right now, but it's in his presentation, in his slides.
But we need to see the presentation. We will. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I'm going to ask for a copy of the PowerPoint slides for each member of the board.
I'm sorry, say that.
I'm going to request a copy of the PowerPoint slides for each member of the board.
Okay, very good. I did request that for myself, so.
Let's take a recess, reconvene at, let's make it 20 minutes to 11. We're back on the record. Sorry for the delay. Board members, any further questions of Mr. McMillan? Thank you very much.
Yeah, if there are no further questions, if you don't mind excusing Mr. McMillan, he's got other work to do.
And needs to be done.
Needs to be done.
Mr.
right.
McMillan is excused. Board members, look in your inbox before you leave. A copy of the presentation made by Mr. Weiss at Friday's governing board meeting will be there. Welcome. Pardon me? Oh, some of us also do that. Mr. Wood.
We would like to call Mr. James Wright in terms of offering testimony. As promised, he was here to be able to talk in terms of many of the same things that we heard from Mr. McMillan on, so it may be a little bit of repetition. We'll try and minimize that. We'll also be prepared to have him offer testimony in terms of the implementation of the measures that came out of the order for abatement. You heard testimony from Mr. Ruiz on this previously, but he can walk you through that as well.
If I may interrupt, Mr. Wood, we did have an inspector here to answer questions about that you had, Mr. Camarine, about what inspectors are doing. If he is no longer needed, we should probably excuse him too.
I'm satisfied with Mr. McMillan's testimony.
Very good.
Anybody else? Mr. Senator?
Who's the other inspector?
Well, he's a manager actually, so he oversees the toxics inspections, including for aircraft.
I know we asked some questions where you said Ms. McMillan couldn't answer, that someone else might be able to answer who's not here. Is he one such person who can answer some of those questions?
No, I don't believe he is. He was here specifically to answer a question by Mr. Camarena.
And what was that question?
Well, Mr. Camarena expressed some concerns that perhaps enforcement should have done more investigation after the curtailments to determine what the source of the excess emissions were. As Mr. Ian McMillan had explained, it really is a number of trained personnel that needs to determine that. And Mr. Queso, who's here from enforcement, was simply going to confirm that.
You see, a number of trained personnel is required in order to determine the source of the emission. Is that what you're saying?
A source of the exceedances. Right.
But the person is not here. Yes or no?
Which person are you talking about?
That can give us that can answer that question.
Well, Mr. McMillan attempted to, again, address that point by noting that we've had a number of personnel investigate aircraft after exceedances.
My concern had been to what extent the district had investigated exactly what was going on at the plant or not going on that might have led to the exceedances that had been measured. Mr. McMillan testified as to what had been done, that the investigation had included a number of personnel, not just the inspectors, but source testing personnel, engineers, et cetera, rulemaking folks, people with diverse knowledges, experiences, so that from various angles the district was learning more about the contributions to the exceedances. And after hearing Mr. McMillan's testimony, I was satisfied with the process.
A very good point, Mr. Chairman. However, I'll be interested in knowing, learning from the inspectors, what they discovered that was contributing to the excessive emission.
Well, we could put him on the stand, and he simply will determine that he didn't really learn
I'm
any.
sorry.
The inspector will simply testify that he does not know, and they did not do an investigation simply because it requires expertise from various district departments to conduct a thorough investigation.
We
This,
didn't know anything then, and we don't know anything now as to the source of the excessive emission. Just say that.
Mr. Wang, this is an ongoing investigation,
That's correct.
the results of which are not fully understood yet.
Yes.
Thank you. Okay.
I'm excusing Mr. Queso.
Yeah. Thank you. Mr. Wood?
Should we proceed?
Yes.
Mr. Wright, first, have you taken the oath?
Yes, I have.
Okay, can you tell us our name and, or tell us your name? Not our names. Tell us your name and spell your last name, please, for the record.
Sure. My name is James Wright. Last name is W-R-I-G-H-T. 14 years of experience in environmental health and safety. Did 6.5 years in the U.S. Army. I have a BS degree in environmental science, MBA, both from National University in La Jolla, California. Been with the company for 2 years. I serve as the division environmental health and safety manager for the West Coast.
Okay. As an initial matter, can you walk us through the various programmatic changes that were identified in the order for abatement, explain each of those, and then tell the board when it was that those were completed?
Before you do, Mr. Wright, did you take the oath?
Yes, I did,
Okay,
Mr.
thank
Chairman.
you.
Thank you.
I also want, on behalf of the board, to thank you for your military service.
Yes, sir. It's my pleasure. Thank you.
You may proceed.
So, Aerocraft did a number of measures even prior to the stipulated order for abatement, which I think Mr. Ruiz testified to the last time he was here. Just to go through it, we'll start with the grinding building, our inspection room, where we test for hardness and grind about a quarter size diameter shape onto the parts. We hired a third-party contractor to come in and completely pressure wash and clean that entire building, and that was done on November the 28th of 2016. The next thing that we did was focus on the primary production area in the facility, and we discontinued the use of dry sweeping throughout the facility, and that was a recommendation that was made by the district, and so we absolutely obliged and took them up on that. That was in place by November the 30th, 2016.
And did you replace the dry sweeping with something else?
Yes, we did. We actually acquired a wet scrubber, tenant sweeper that we have and are using now daily, continuously.
Okay.
Staying in the main production area, we discontinued the use of compressed air activities. So for cleaning, really operational purposes, all compressed air has ceased at the facility. And that was in effect by December the 2nd, 2016. Going back to the grinding or inspection building, we did install plastic flaps on the exit, one of the overhead doors there to the inspection building, just to kind of seal up that building, make it more of a total enclosure, permanent total enclosure, and that was done on December the 5th, 2016.
That was December 5?
December 5, that's correct. I think we talked a little bit about it, or Mr. McMillan did, the fan cool process. We cleaned and HEPA vacuumed the fan cool processing area, and that was done December 6th, 2016.
So, Mr. Wright, that photo that Mr. McMillan showed that showed dust in that area, that was all removed?
That was all removed. That was likely before December 6th. Moving right along, looking at our heat treating operations, we HEPA vacuumed and cleaned the storage racks, the area where we stored our racks. This was done on December the 6th as well, 2016. Also in heat treating, we HEPA vacuumed all of our furnaces, and this was a pretty big undertaking, the interiors of our furnaces. This was done December the 7th through December the 9th. Another measure in heat treating was hiring a third-party contractor to come in and pressure wash and clean just the entire heat treating department. This was done on December the 9th. Another measure, the entire facility. This was just implementing the use of HEPA vacuuming wherever fugitive dust or emissions might persist, if you will.
And when was that completed?
I'm sorry, that was done December 15th.
Proceed.
Did we want to go through them all, or was it just before the order of abatement?
I would continue through all of these, and I would note that the document that he's referring to was previously submitted as an exhibit. I do not recall, I'm afraid, the exhibit number, but there is a document. It was a letter dated January 13th, 2017, that was submitted as an exhibit in a previous hearing, so that you actually have a copy of this full schedule that he's walking through.
What was the date of the letter?
January 13, 2017, and it was from Aircraft Heat Treating to Mr. Ian McMillan.
Thank you.
The clerk says it's 119.
119, thank you. 118.
Okay.
There we are.
So going back to the entire facility, one of the things that we did is we hired a third-party contractor to come in and scarify, completely clean the floors throughout the facility. This was done December 21st, 2016. We did conduct training with all affected employees, all of the staff, to go over these measures. And this was done on January 6, 2017.
And so what sort of things did you cover in that training?
A lot of these things that I've referred to already, banning the use of compressed air, making sure employees cleaned up at the end of their shifts, notifying management if they noticed fugitive emissions and dust. So it was quite an extensive training.
Okay, thank you.
Moving back down through the list, we developed standard operating procedures, housekeeping procedures and checklists to make sure that these cleaning activities were being done daily and routinely. And this was completed, this activity was completed January 9th, 2017. And the last thing I'll note is the grinding building, going back to the grinding building, the inspection department. Again, we hired a third-party contractor to come in and pressure wash and clean that area once again, and along with the plasma cutter area, which is a little bit a ways from there, but that area as well. And that was done, January the 13th.
And just to be clear, that's the plasma cutter that's no longer in use?
That's correct. That's, yeah.
All right. So that covers the measures that were identified in the order, and this update, the status report, was previously provided to the AQMD, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Can you talk to us a little bit about hexavalent chromium? Does Aircraft use hexavalent chromium anywhere in its process?
No, we do not we do not buy hexavalent chromium. We do not store hexavalent chromium at the facility, so no, we do not.
Okay. So it's more is a process contaminant? Is that a fair way of characterizing it?
Yeah, I think that's a good way to characterize it. Yeah.
So in terms of formation of hexavalent chromium as a contaminant, what are the sort of temperatures that your operations typically operate at?
Typically, it's anywhere between, on the low end, 900 degrees Fahrenheit, our furnaces, and on the higher end would be upwards of 2,200 degrees. On average, furnaces run right around 1,400 degrees Fahrenheit.
Okay. And is that a temperature at which you would normally expect, anyone in the chemical and, engineering or other industries would expect formation of hexavalent chromium?
No, I think that it's always been thought that it was a lot higher, but no.
Okay, so part of the reason why neither the district, well, we shouldn't put any thoughts in the district's, or words in the district's mouth, but one of the reasons why it was not anticipated that you formed hexavalent chromium is that your facility doesn't operate at those temperatures.
That's correct.
Okay. And chromium is present in most of the alloys being processed at the facility, some, few?
I would say some of the alloys.
Okay, what's the majority alloy that you process?
The majority that we have there is titanium.
Okay, and titanium would not be expected to have chromium in it, correct?
It would not.
Okay. In terms of a description of the different sources, different operating areas of the facility, you heard Mr. McMillan's presentation?
I did.
And did you feel like he gave a fair characterization of the different process areas?
Absolutely. It was
Okay.
very fair.
So we won't go back and repeat, just to honor and respect everyone's time, our own description, because we feel Mr. McMillan did do a very good presentation, and he has a much better photographer, so. So in terms of focusing on the efforts then that were made at the facility, initially, and you just walked through these housekeeping measures, why did you initially focus on housekeeping?
I think initially that's what the district had pointed out when they came to the facility. They made some recommendations about housekeeping and fugitive dust, and so immediately that's where our priorities were shifted to as far as trying to address the issue was housekeeping.
Okay, and did you feel like those measures were effective at reducing dust?
Yeah, absolutely. I think very effective.
Okay. And were your efforts limited just to trying to address fugitive dust?
No, we've always, I think, been trying to identify what the issues are, so no.
Okay. And what resources did you engage to try and help identify any potential sources of hexavalent chromium or means of addressing hexavalent chromium?
Yeah, we've brought in a number of resources to be able to try to nail this thing down, both internally and externally. Most notably, our external resources, I think, would be talk strategies and air kinetics.
And I know we'll circle back to it, but what would you say was just the most difficult part about trying to identify what the sources were of hexavalent chromium?
Yeah, that's a good question. It's been tough to really correlate the data and to be able to, when you test one thing once, to be able to get, that same result or similar result the second time you do it. With the amount of variables that we have, it's been difficult, I think, to be able to find a consistent result, and that's been the challenge.
Okay. So maybe put it in simple words, you try it one time, you test something one time and you get a result, you test it the second time and you don't get the same result?
That's correct, yeah. We would sample a furnace, for example, and on one day you get a certain result, and then the next day you do it the exact same way, the exact same temperature, the exact same alloy, and you get a completely different result. So it's been a challenge, to say the least.
Okay. So as you started back, going back to the time in December after the order for abatement, you started back up again, operations after the order for abatement was issued. What did you, or maybe I should say, I said started back up again. What was the process for coming away from the order of abatement? How did you approach that as a facility?
Yeah, well, again, I think even before the order of abatement, the facility was committed to trying to figure out what the issues were or are. We took a systematic approach to bring operations offline, really, to shut things down, everything down, and then to bring them back up systematically to see, what was contributing to these potential fugitive emissions of hexavalent chromium.
Okay. And did all portions of your operation get started back up again? For example, did you use the air cooling, the forced air cooling with the fans that we saw the photograph of?
No, we no longer do the forced air cooling.
Okay. And then while you were doing this, was there testing that was being undergone?
Yeah, absolutely. One of the big things, and I think we've mentioned this to the district on calls and meetings that we've had, is some geospatial analysis that we've done with TOC strategies, and just to kind of be clear as to what TOC strategies, that consultant, what they do for us. TOC strategies, they really help design and build sampling methods and protocols, if you will, and then we would use a group like Air Kinetics to be able to go and actually perform the test or conduct the sampling. They would bring that data back to TOC strategies, and TOC strategies would try to help us correlate that data based on the processes. So
So you mentioned the geospatial analysis. Just can you explain what that is?
Yeah.
That's a term
sure. So
I'm familiar with.
over a 6-day period, every 3 hours during that 6-day period, we did ambient monitor sampling around the facility, various locations, trying to understand how the different processes contributed to those monitors.
Okay. And then that information is fed into some sort of assessment?
That's correct. And, that data is reviewed and we try to interpret that data.
Okay. And then was that the only assessment that took place, the geospatial analysis?
No, there's been quite a bit, just ongoing monitoring of furnaces. Matter of fact, we're doing some source testing, as Mr. McMillan mentioned, currently at the facility that'll run through next week. But it's been, I think for the past few months, just continuous sampling, monitoring.
Okay.
nonstop. Yeah.
So this was not the first time that you started testing and monitoring?
This was not.
furnaces?
No,
Okay.
this was not. No.
All right. And is that information that you discuss, as you've done testing, have you had communications with the district about the work that you're doing?
Yeah, it's been, I think, a collaborative effort with the district. We've had lots of communication, as Mr. McMillan said, at least a couple of times a week. But we've shared, I think, a lot of data and records anytime that they've requested things. As much as we could, we've shared.
Okay, wonderful. So maybe just to give people a sense of just the history of how we moved through this, step back time-wise and go back to the very beginning of this. Fall of 2016, was hexavalent chromium a concern of the facility at that point? Outside, we heard the plasma cutter had a permit, but beyond the plasma cutter, was hexavalent chromium a concern or a focus of the facility?
No, it was not. I don't think that, I don't want to speak for the district, but anyone really thought that hexavalent chromium was an issue in heat treating operations, so no.
And again, was this in part due to the low temperatures, comparatively low temperatures?
Absolutely, right.
Okay.
Yeah.
And so when did the district first come to the facility?
So I believe it was late October.
And I mean, I guess they've come to the facility for years. The first time in relation to hexavalent chromium.
To this matter, yeah, I believe it was late October that they came to the facility. October the 26th, they came out and they wanted to look at our plasma cutting operation, which you mentioned has controls and is permitted. And I'll just say that we haven't used the plasma cutter probably in, I don't know, well over a year. But they wanted to review plasma and our inspection grinding.
And then after that, when did they next come back to the facility?
After that, I believe it was November the 3rd that they came back out, and on November the 3rd, there were 2 visits during that same day. I believe there were 2 different groups that might have come out and visited that day. But November.
What did they do?
Yeah, so the first group that came out, I think, was mainly interested in walking the facility and taking some samples of different process areas. I believe they took samples of water quench. I think they took some samples of oil quench, and I believe that was it.
Okay, so they were looking beyond just the plasma cutter.
That's
and
correct.
In the inspection room. Okay, so is this kind of the turning point of their starting November 3rd being some focus on other portions of the facility?
That's correct.
Okay. And then the second group, they came through, and you said there were two groups, so you just described what the first group asked for. So you provided them samples, or samples were taken on that. And then the second group came through in the day, and what did they focus in on?
Yeah, the second group, I believe, was just there to do a records request. So, safety data sheets and maintenance records, and if we had any source testing or emissions records and things like that.
Okay, and so there was a lot of information shared with the district at that point?
Absolutely. I think we've been doing that from the beginning, absolutely.
Okay, and were there further visits in that time frame?
Yeah, after that, I mean, it was fairly routine that the district would come visit aircraft.
When did they first come and perform ambient monitoring in the facility?
I believe that one was November the 17th that they came out and brought equipment, and their source testing group did, and did some monitoring over our quench tank. Basically, they took a wand with a probe and collected emissions, if you will, off of our quench tanks. So they did the water and the oil, and they also reviewed one of our furnaces that at that time I believe was heat treating a chromium containing part.
And this is distinct from the monitors. We've heard about the Omni monitors in the neighborhood, correct? This was on-site
Right, this is
testing.
on-site where they actually sampled above the source. Yeah.
Okay. And then on November 18th, you got a letter, and what was that letter?
Yeah, and so I think that's a little bit what we've been talking about earlier. That's the potentially high-risk facility under Rule 1402, and with that, we were essentially asked on November 18th to prepare an expedited risk assessment under this rule.
And then did you meet with district management in regards to that?
We did. We did.
And when was that?
That was December the 1st, I believe. We met with them on that.
Okay, so between October 26th, when they first started looking at the facility, December 1st was then when those pieces came together and you sat down with management and talked about hexavalent chromium.
That's correct.
Okay. So since that time, after you first heard about this in November 2016, can you walk through then some of the measures you've taken to try and control emissions?
Yeah, I think, again, we've done quite a bit. I think Mr. McMillan did a good job of showing some of the things that we've done, but going back to some of the housekeeping activities that we've done, cleanup around the facility, there's been quite a few things that we've done to, I think, try to address the issues.
And while our photographs are not nearly as good as Mr. McMillan's, if we could just move over to the projector for 1 minute, hopefully that will show up. There we go. Here, let me move it into presentation mode. Okay. And you saw an oblique picture on this, but then just again to orient folks to what we're looking at. Can you identify the three buildings?
Yeah, so building 1 at the top there. We have
I'm sorry, and I forgot. I've got hard copies of these I can pass around. Oh, here they are. I knew I had them somewhere.
Thank you.
So Mr. Wood is distributing copies of a PowerPoint presentation. We'll mark that as Respondents Exhibit 119, 119. 31.
Okay, there we go. All right. So can you just walk us through what these three buildings are that we're looking at?
Yep, so building 1 is where we do a lot of our high temp heat treating, so furnaces are in that building. Same with building 2. The one thing I will point out about building 1 and building 2 is that that's where we also have the water quench tanks and the oil quench tanks. Building 3, there to the left, that building is primarily used for lower temperature heat treating. There is, matter of fact, in the back there, a water quench tank that's been empty for some time and not being used. So, but it's primarily the operations in those buildings.
Okay. And on this photograph, can you talk about, or set of photographs, can you talk about what we're seeing? I know Mr. McMillan had some discussion in terms of these.
So to the far left, upper left there,
Senator?
Repeat the buildings and what, and the operation that's taking place in those buildings once again, please.
sure, absolutely, Senator. The top building there, Building 1, actually both, Building 1 and Building 2 are where we do our higher temperature heat treating, so those buildings both have furnaces inside of them. Higher temperature, I guess, than Building 3. Also in Building 1 and Building 2 are quench tanks. They both have oil quench tanks and water quench tanks. Building 3 is typically lower temperature heat treating. And back there, like I said, there's a quench tank, a water quench tank, but it's empty and not in use. You're welcome, Senator.
I'm sorry. I just have a question. You identified that buildings 1 and 2 have high temperature heat treating, and Mr. McMillan had, in his slides, stated that high temperature heat treating is now only in building 2. Is that not correct?
That's correct.
It is correct.
Yes, so I guess Building 1 historically had high heat treating, high temperature heat treating, excuse me.
So perhaps we can just touch on that right now in terms of when you said there's systematic approach in terms of trying to evaluate potential sources of emissions. How does that tie into the question in regards to Building 1?
Yeah, so our focus has kind of shifted, and we've began to, I think, analyze this process building by building. And so our focus, as of late, has really been on Building 2. Larger quench tanks, bigger furnaces in Building 2, and we'd like to address Building 2, I think, moving forward.
Okay, so Building 1, just to confirm, not operating, Building 2 is operating.
Building 2 is operating.
Okay.
Senator?
In each of these buildings, you can use any of the operation, high temperature, low temperature, at any of these sites, is that correct?
You know, I'm probably not the best witness for that. It's probably better served for one of our operations persons, Senator, to be honest with you.
Aren't they interchangeable in terms of what its use?
From what I know, Senator, Building 3 is predominantly low temperature, and Building 2 is higher temperature than Building 3.
But it can be used for high temperature.
Building 3, are you referring to?
Building 3, yes. The systems operation is there also.
I would assume, but again, I'm not, you know, the expert on that. That's production.
But you do keep, the plant does keep records and identifies what is done in terms of each building, correct?
That's correct, absolutely.
Right. And can you explain the need for proximity of a high-temperature furnace to a quench bath?
Yeah, definitely. So low temperature, I'll start with that at Building 3. The materials that come out are typically ambient cooled or just air cooled. When materials come out of Building 2 or high temperature, they are quenched rather than ambient cooled. And so as I stated earlier, Building 2 has the quench tanks inside of it. So that's why that activity is done there.
Possible
Let's try and save the questions for
I know, Mr.
cross-examination
Wright,
by the
but
hearing board.
Final question, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Wright, the
Yes,
reason
sir.
why I raised the question is because if you put the monitor at a location, near Building 2, and then you exchange its operation functionally at Building 3, we won't know what's going on because of the distance. That's the point I want to make.
And if you can tell me, what is the predominant wind direction?
Predominantly, the wind goes from west to east.
So it goes from Building 3 towards District Monitor 8?
That's correct.
Okay. So to the extent that there are any emissions, they're being moved towards District Monitor 8?
That's correct.
Okay. And just to finish up the point that I was going through before, do you need immediate proximity of a quench bath to a high-temperature furnace?
Absolutely.
So would it be possible to take a part into a high temperature, or into a furnace in building 3, run it at a high temperature, and then just drive it around to a quench bath?
It's likely not the preferred method, but again, that's probably for operations.
Okay.
Yeah.
So in terms of enclosing buildings, we had seen some photographs from Mr. McMillan before, but can you walk us through these before and after shots in terms of what these are showing in terms of activity at the facility?
Absolutely. So again, looking at the upper left, the before picture, I think Mr. McMillan did a much better job than we did. Building 1 there was open. It was essentially a two-sided or three-sided building that did have openings on either side. If you look at the after picture, the upper right, those buildings have been completely enclosed, sheet metal, roll-up doors, and completely sealed to where the potential fugitive emissions stay within the building.
So at this point in time, the 2 buildings are completely tied up in terms of just being enclosed?
That's correct.
Okay. And then what is the purpose of enclosing the building? Is that just to hold air in?
Yeah, again, I think it's to contain any potential fugitive emissions within the building.
Right. And then where do those emissions go?
So, as I think Mr. McMillan depicted earlier, we have installed bag houses on buildings 1 and buildings 2 to be able to draw the air and the emissions out of those buildings.
And are these photographs of the bag houses that you've been using?
That's correct. So the one on the upper left, if you will, is building 1, and then the middle there is building 2. And the photo on the right there, far right, is differential pressure, just showing that the building is, in fact, continuously under a negative.
Okay. And can you explain also, while people are looking at that middle photograph, what is that high pipe that's up near the top? Is that, and here I can use the cursor here, I believe. Let's see if I can use the cursor. Yep, right there. There's a pipe up there. Is that part of the bag house system?
It is. So those roof vents, I think that Mr. McMillan mentioned earlier, that's essentially...
That's what these,
right.
This is a corner of the roof vents?
Exactly. Thank you.
Okay.
Yep, pointing that out. So it's essentially drawing from the very top of that building there, those roof vent areas.
Okay. And so what was the purpose of this pipe up here?
So this pipe is also being fed back down into the bag house.
Okay, so you're taking air off at 2 levels?
Correct.
In other words?
Correct.
Okay. All righty. And then just to back up a photograph, in terms of the enclosures that we've got, can you describe what we're seeing here?
Yeah, so the picture on the left there, the before, you can see kind of the opening looks into the facility, and I think, I don't remember which board member made reference to a wall being up there, but the one on the right is where we actually did install a wall to be able to enclose or to keep fugitive emissions within the facility.
Okay. So this is perpendicular to the wind direction. So this is stop dust that's being blown by the
Right,
wind?
exactly.
Okay.
Yeah.
And is it the only barrier that you put in to stop wind across the facility?
No, actually in between buildings 1 and buildings 2, if you remember, I don't know if you want to go back, can show kind of a...
There we go.
So in between buildings 1 and buildings 2, we've actually put 2 windbreak walls there to be able to stop, right?
So in this area.
In that area there, to be able to stop the flow of the wind, as I stated earlier, predominantly goes from west to east in that area, so right through that breezeway.
Okay. And this is the wind tunnel effect that was discussed at the time of the order for abatement?
Right.
Okay,
Right.
so these are to stop the wind tunnel effect?
Exactly.
Okay. All righty. I think we've covered all of our photos. So I'm going to disconnect there. With the sealing up of the buildings, they're now under negative pressure, and if you had discussions with the Air District engineering staff as to the effectiveness of the negative pressure?
That's correct. They did make some recommendations, as Mr. McMillan pointed out, as far as trying to seal up the top portion, the roof vents of the building. They identified some positive pressure there, and so we did, in fact, enclose, better seal up that top portion of the building. And one of the also key things that we've done recently is we've installed a second bag house on that building. So there's actually 2 bag houses now drawing off that building.
And in relation to the last curtailment, when did that sealing and when did the second bag house on building 2 get installed?
So the ceiling and the additional or the second bag house was after the last curtailment.
Okay. So with the sealing up of the buildings, have you checked to make sure that, as was referenced before, somebody visiting the building or your employees are safe within that building?
Absolutely. So as this has been going on, and since our buildings were enclosed, we have had OSHA come out and inspect the facility. They did do some industrial hygiene sampling, monitoring for employee safety to evaluate hexavalent chromium, and their levels did come back below safety thresholds, along with our own internal side-by-side monitoring just to confirm that. So we have checked that to make sure that our employees are safe. Very important to us.
Okay. So we have, in terms of measures that have been taken, the installation of the bag houses, and you said there are 2 on building 2 now.
That's correct.
Sealing of the buildings, the fugitive dust emission curtailment measures, or curtailment's maybe the wrong way, minimization measures, and then these break walls that have been done. And that's been done in conjunction, you said, with a systematic startup of equipment and shutdown of equipment?
Right.
Okay. And so at this point, you've done a lot of efforts. Why, the question everyone will have, and I'll pose it to you so we get it right out there, why is it that the problem hasn't gone away?
Again, it's, I think, been very challenging in trying to figure this out. It's not to say, I think we've demonstrated that, and I think that the district would agree that we've been working very hard to try and identify and address this issue. I'll point out that Aerocraft, we have not seen an exceedance at the monitor in, I would say, just about a month. And secondly, one thing I will point out is the district's monitors are, according to the manufacturer, not the preferred monitor for measuring or looking at hexavalent chromium. Third, by identifying operations in Building 2, we've been able to focus our efforts on that process, or the processes that go in, that are taking place in that building. So, we've been doing a lot.
Mm-hmm. So to go back to your first point just real quickly, since the last curtailment, you haven't had a reading over 1?
That's correct.
Okay. And in terms of all of this work, have you been sharing then a lot of information with the district?
We have. Again, I think it's been a collaborative effort. We're learning. The district, I think, is learning as well, and we're trying to figure this thing out. We want to figure this thing out, for the community, for our employees. We want. I can't make that more clear that we want to try to figure out what is going on.
And in terms of the testing work that you're doing right now, are the district staff involved in that testing work?
Yeah, absolutely. So there is some source testing, as we said, that's ongoing right now. While we were drafting that protocol and going through this, the district was involved every step of the way. There were plenty of revisions and some back and forth with that, and the district had final approval on that protocol that we did agree upon, and is currently being conducted right now.
So you feel it's been a constructive relationship with the air district?
Yeah, absolutely. Again, I think we're learning a lot. That it's been, I think, beneficial. And so, again, we just want to try to figure out what the issue is and address it so we can, move forward.
Okay. No further questions?
Mr. Wong,
No questions.
board members, Ms. Byrd?
I'm sorry, I heard you say something about there had been no curtailments in a month. Is that what you said?
No, ma'am. It's no exceedances.
No exceedances, okay. No exceedances since your last curtailment.
That's correct.
Okay, and the last curtailment was on what date again? I'm sorry.
Oh, we have that from the district slides. The last one ended Yep,
March 16th.
Okay. I just want to be sure. I mean, I know if the district presents something, I expect that it's current, but I would like for a confirmation from your side that you know, okay, so the last curtailment was the 16th, and there has been no exceedance since the 16th.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Let me see, I think I had one other. And just to put a little added addition to this, can you tell me approximately how much the facility has spent on getting the interim measures in place to do this?
It's a good question. I don't have the answer to that, honestly. I can tell you it's been,
Ballpark?
again, I'm the environmental guy. I'd be one of the operations guys or finance guys to know that.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Ms. Prusik?
You mentioned a couple times that it's your belief that you're sharing as much as you could share with the district. What does that mean to you? We heard the district saying that there were things that you were not sharing, so.
Yes, ma'am. I think really anytime that we've been asked to share information, we've tried to do that. I think the only time, ask council to jump in here at any time, but the only time we haven't been able to share is when it was material that was requested by council, I think in preparation for the civil suit. But anytime the district has asked for production data or other records, we've shared that information when we could.
Can you tell me what type of information you cannot share with the district?
I'll let
Well,
council.
there's particular assessments that the legal team has requested, and no, I'm not free to go into details on those. But as was stated, in terms of production information, emissions testing data, the monitoring that has been undertaken by the company in terms of their parallel monitoring, all of those data are being routinely shared with the air district. But in terms of that work that's been prepared outside of all the broad assessment you've talked about, no, we're not free to be able to discuss that.
That's too bad. Do you know what additional measures were proposed in the early action reduction plan that was submitted in mid-March?
List.
Okay, got it. So I'm getting quite a few things here. Heat treat buildings 1 and 2, enclosing these to create temporary total enclosures, and install baghouse controls on the building. Ventilation exhaust was, expected date was February 8th, 2017, that would be completed. Between heat treat, building 1 and building 2, installation of the windbreaks within the facility boundaries.
Let me stop you there. Perhaps I should rephrase the question. What, in addition to the measures you told us were already in place, have been proposed in the March Early Action Reduction Plan, if any?
I think the biggest thing would be the air pollution control devices by far. installing those bag houses on these buildings to try to address these potential fugitive contaminants has been.
Okay, then let me ask you, what dates were those bag houses? Because I had asked it a different way, perhaps I'm not being
Yes, ma'am.
understood, but
No.
what dates were the bag houses each of the bag houses installed and operational?
First week in February, the bag houses were installed and operational.
That was the first bag house on Building 2, or,
That was the first bag house on Building 2, and that was the first bag house on Building 1.
okay. Now, the second bag house on Building 2, that was installed right after the last curtailment?
Correct.
Was that after the early action reduction plan was,
That should be after, yes, correct.
and that was included in the early action reduction plan? That second bag house?
That was not identified in the early action risk reduction plan. That was a measure that came along after that plan was submitted. That plan was submitted weeks ago, so, I mean, it was, I'd have to go back and check the exact date, but.
March
that
13th, does that sound right?
Sounds about right.
Okay. When were the buildings enclosed?
Buildings were enclosed, I believe it was the mid-January that the buildings were enclosed.
Okay, and when were the walls built?
That's in our risk reduction plan.
Walls were built February 8th.
So by essentially the first week of February, most of the bag houses, other than the second one on Building 2, the walls, and the total enclosures, that was all completed, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, but there were still 3 curtailments after that. Is that correct?
That's correct, and I'll just point out that HEPA filters did come after.
When was that?
Apologize. March the 11th.
And that was only on Building 2?
That's correct, on the single bag house on Building 2 has HEPA filters.
Okay, so I'll ask one more time and see if I can get any other answers. So all of the things that you were mentioning that were in the mid-March early action reduction plan had already been implemented. Is there anything that when you put that plan in place or you submitted that plan were not yet in place, but that were part of that plan?
I understand what you're saying. I apologize for that. I believe it was just the second bag house.
But that was not in the plan.
Right.
And just to clarify the question, because I think we're being confused, I thought you were asking for which things were not identified in the plan that have been added since the plan was submitted.
No.
The things in the plan, he was in
No.
the process of walking through, and we can walk through that. If the question is what's not in the plan that has been submitted, we can, so if you just get clarification on the
Okay.
question, it'd be helpful.
I'm trying to understand, okay? There's an issue, you've put things in place. We're waiting for this 1402 process to unfold to make things even better. So you've walked through a whole bunch of measures, the bag houses, except for the last one that I know was done after the last curtailment, the enclosures, the wall being built. All of this was in place before the early action reduction plan was actually submitted to the district. So I'm wondering if that early action plan identified any measures that had not already been put in place.
No.
No, yeah, no.
No. And can you tell us, okay, Air Kinetics, we understand, we had someone testify from Air Kinetics last hearing really was looking at the monitors and why your monitors are different. So really not looking to address the problem so much as trying to figure out why the monitoring results are so high. Air toxics, tox strategies, are they involved in trying to come up with additional? I'm trying to understand why the plan went in, but there were no additional measures, yet there have been these curtailments.
Well, again, ma'am, we've done a lot, and I think we're still trying to understand, what else needs to be done. I'll make it very clear that Aerocraft has not just been sitting idly by, doing nothing, trying to figure this out. So
What has Tox Strategies been doing?
Talk strategies, again, they essentially put together sampling plans, sampling protocols for us to follow, for us to systematically try to find the potential concern or the potential issue.
Have other industry experts that do this type of heat, this type of whatever's done at this facility, been brought in to try to determine, have there been similar issues at other facilities? What have they done to address these issues?
No, it's a good question, and I get the frustration. We've had internal experts, external experts, heat treating manufacturers come in.
Who? Because all I heard was Air Kinetics and Tox Strategies.
The other consultant that we've brought in, who's done a lot of work, is O'Brien and Gear, and their reports essentially come back unclear as well, just because this was not a known issue, I think, in heat treating operations.
Who's O'Brien Gear and when were they brought in?
It's a good question. I don't have the date on O'Brien and Gear. They are, again, a kind of an expert, if you will, on these type of heat treating processes.
Was their job to come in and try and figure out what types of controls could be placed, or?
Yes, and to analyze furnaces and to, yes, absolutely.
Did they come up with any of the measures we've heard about?
No, I believe, our internal team, external consultants, and people that we've used have helped to come up with this list here.
Did they identify anything?
I'm sorry?
Did they identify any measures?
I don't believe so.
Okay. Has anyone else been brought in that perhaps is an expert in this field?
Again, I think, other than who I've mentioned, we've looked. We've looked.
Okay.
Aerocraft is a very unique operation. Heat treating is very unique, but we have looked, done a lot of research, and continuing to do that research.
Okay, but not specified. Okay, thank you.
Senator.
Mr. Wright, how are you?
Well, Senator, how about yourself?
Very good, thank you. A question was put to you is whether or not you work with hexavalent chromium in a solid state. You said, no, we don't do that, right? Then how is it generated in your process, hexavalent chromium?
Yeah, that's a good question, Senator, and I think that's something that we're still wrestling with and we're looking at. We've identified furnaces as potential contributors to hexavalent chromium, water quench as a potential source. We've been looking at a lot of different things.
But in and around your site, your facility, there has been discovered hexavalent chromium. Is that correct? Yes or no?
Yes, Senator.
And you don't know the source of it?
We do not know the source of it.
But could you say, based on your operation, there's a history where work's been done for aerospace industry dating back to World War II, especially since you've been in business for 20 plus years. They have identified that hexavalent chromium is generated in the process providing services for the aerospace industry. Are you aware of that?
From what I understand, Senator, again, in heat treating operations, that hasn't been cause for concern, hexavalent chromium emissions from heat treating operations.
The emission is as a result of the process. Or if there's no process, there's no emission, excessive emission. If you stop the process, there'd be no problem. It seemed to me it's simple logic.
Understood, Senator. I think we're trying to figure out which process it is, excuse me, which process it is.
Well, you will agree that there is some process that's taking place at that facility which generates exavaling carbon. Yes or no?
I think there's a lot of variables, Senator.
Well, that's not the answer to the question. There is some process. Variables, yes, it could be more than one process. But we've come to an agreement, at least, that it's the one that generates the highest temperature that is more likely to emit the most excessive emission.
I think that's something that we're still trying to address, and I think, again, that's why the district is out with us,
All right, fine.
trying to do the source testing, Senator. We're trying to pinpoint it.
The last curtailment was, you say was 3/16, March 16th?
Yes, Senator, that's correct.
Under Mr. McMillan's chart, what is 3/19? What does that represent?
It's not a monitor, so we're not sure.
On this drawing here.
6-day average, or 3-day average. So the last values were 6.67, last elevated one on the 14th. It was a 0.44 on the 17th, 0.14.
So the 19th is the 3-day average. It just rolls.
The 19th is correct date, is that yes or no?
Can you clarify the question, please? Correct date for what?
The 19th, what does the 3/19 represent, Mr.
We didn't prepare this diagram, so I think it's hard for my witness to be able to comment on the formatting of the document because it doesn't have any correlation to the testing dates. I think that's why you're hearing
I
confusion.
see. So the curtailments then started 3/16, March 16th. Until what date did it end?
We would have to confirm on the date that it ended.
Well, Mr. McDillon had the dates the same as you have, and his chart represents the dates that he has.
The charts represent the monitoring data.
That is correct.
Right, that's different from the dates where the facility was operating. They're dates where the facility operates, where the levels are, the same levels or below the levels you see here for dates when the facility was not operating.
To your knowledge, when did you cease to operate? When were you shut down, in other words, deactivated?
It was March the 16th, Senator.
March 16th, until what date?
That's what he just finished responding that he's not sure on that date, and he'd have to confirm that date.
It's usually for 7 additional days when you're shut down. Is that yes or no?
That's not correct. This works as a 3-day average. So 3 monitoring days. The monitoring days are separated. It's every 3rd day. So
Yes.
it all depends on numerically. You could have one day that's high that then causes you to have to go through 2 more monitoring days, and then you have to wait for the air district to come through with their monitoring data, which could be as long as an additional 4 or 5 days.
So when you have the 3 days and it's certified, then you're required to shut down for 7 days. Is that correct?
You're required to shut down. No, it's not necessarily correct. You're required to shut down until the 3-day average, the 3 monitoring day average is 1.0 or below.
I see. All right.
So if you were at a 1.1 and all your days before were 0.1 and all your days after were 0.1, it might only be in 6 days that you were shut down. 3 days to get another monitoring day, another 3 days for the air district to process it, and then give the go-ahead to the facility. So it just depends on the math of what
What's
the
the
values
last
are.
day you were deactivated, shut down? Do you know that?
That's what I believe you've asked us several times, and the witness has not been able to respond with that date on the last day of shutdown.
The last question he was asked and he couldn't respond, he asked some lady in the back, she told him it was 3/16, that's when you were shut, the curtailment began.
Yes, we'd prefer to have our witnesses respond and not bring in people from outside of our witness. I don't think it's appropriate to be asking audience members. We may have other people, but we have a witness right here, and our witness knows what he knows, and he doesn't know what he doesn't know, and his obligation under
Yes,
oath
sir.
is to respond to that.
You permitted him to ask the question before, and he looks like he just asked and got the results again.
Yep.
So, you know, maybe you can give the answer to the question now, I don't know.
Yeah, so the curtailment, Senator, was
Let
lifted.
let me finish.
I have to agree with Mr. Wood that whoever, the person who's testifying should testify, not receive information from other people. If we need information, we have to have it from another source. We have to wait till that person testifies, but a witness should only testify from their own knowledge.
Ms. Prusek, I just noticed he did it about 5-10 minutes ago, and that's why he did it, and nobody objected. So, fine, that's why.
We're also able to validate from the spreadsheet that's the numbers from the department as to when a curtailment occurs. It's more difficult to determine when a curtailment ends.
Okay. All right, let's go to the wall. Since you built the wall next to the monitor 8, did you have any idea that it's going to impede the deposit of excessive emission that would be on that monitor?
Yeah, I don't believe that was our intention, Senator. We essentially wanted to just make sure that we're containing any potential fugitive emissions within the facility.
The monitor has virtually been deactivated.
I don't know that that's,
Looking at the results here,
When was the wall completed, Mr. Wright, approximately?
approximately, apologize. The wall was done February 8th. Apologize for the dates.
it was completed February 8th,
February the 8th, Senator.
but you had some excessive emissions since then.
That's correct.
Okay, fine. Now, the reduction, the cleaning house, in-house cleanup that you mentioned, is that designed to reduce the emission, the house cleaning?
I think so, absolutely. Anything that may be kicked up or suspended, airborne, absolutely.
Okay, next question. The inspectors representing the district who attended your facility, did they have protective gear on?
They wear normal, standard gear as what's required at the facility, steel-toe shoes.
That's my question. Did they have extra protective gear?
Other than what we require, hard hat, safety glasses, vest, that's the extent of the personal protective equipment.
And what about the employees? The same thing?
The same thing.
And OSHA did inspect your site?
They did.
Okay, next question. Did EPA, you work with other agencies, did EPA ever inspect your site that you know of?
Not that I know of.
All right, thank you.
You're welcome, Senator.
Any other questions for Mr. Wright? Doctor?
Yeah. This may not be an answerable question, you can stop me. I'm concerned about the wall. I don't know what the wall is doing except keeping the dust down. If the wind blows strong enough down that current at the end of the wall, the dust can go off. It can go off in such a concentration that it might, the device to measure it, which is just a few feet away from it, could register some abnormality. I'm not really sure well, let me frame the question this way. Does anybody have any information about before and after the wall, what was happening with any increase or decrease in the amount of pollution? Or is that not an answerable question?
I think you can refer to the monitoring data that we've provided to the district. And we can look at the district's monitoring data to correlate to see what's been happening there. But we're continuing to try to figure out what's going on. I think the wall was put up, the windbreak wall, and the wall there was to minimize the effects of the wind tunnel. That was the focus on putting the wall there.
Okay. I can understand that, but I would also understand that if the wall had an angle to it at the top, then you really might break up anything that would go up the wall and then come over it. In other words, the wall is this way, but if the wall had an angle to it, you might be able to, and you may not be able to answer this question, but that would seem to me to be a more powerful way, a more effective way. But I have no data. It just sort of eyeballing it, sort of a common sense thing.
Yeah.
So, and also, I don't know why, what made the height be chosen? In other words, you could have a wall that's 3 feet, you could have a wall that's 30 feet. What wall is effective? You know, and you have to have information. You can build a wall, anybody can build a wall. I mean, even a doctor can build a wall. But I don't know if it's gonna mean anything. Okay, so if we do it, we have to have information before and after the wall has been created to see if it means anything. And I have the feeling, well, you may not know, but it would be very interesting to know what effect that has, because 8 feet or 10 feet or 12 feet away from that wall is the monitor that everybody has a lot of concern about.
Yeah, you know, agreed, and I think you've hit some points on the head, Doctor, about being able to analyze and review things, and that's, you know, again, we've been doing a lot of this in a very, very short time frame, so I think we've been somewhat reactive to a lot of this. However, we have been analyzing, you know, the effects, again, based on monitoring data and different things like that. So I know modeling and different things, we are, we're not taking anything off the table. We're looking at everything to be able to try to figure out what affects what, and you know, how we can figure out a way to control these potential sources.
One more question about the housekeeping with the HEPA vacs in the building, inside the building. Didn't we see some data where something was removed and there was evidence of dust on top of it at our last, the last time we were here, or maybe I'm mistaken?
I believe that was Anaplex,
Okay.
where you had that issue.
I could be wrong.
Yeah.
Okay, I
That other A
withdraw
company.
that, yeah. Well, do you guys have any, you know, sort of the marine technique, white glove technique, to see if there's real, after you've cleaned it, is it really clean? In other words, you do it, but you know it's clean. You know,
Yeah.
in medicine, we're very concerned about contamination. And so we try to do almost a white dust approach, particularly in places where the body parts are exposed, like in the operating room, you know, transplant patients and all of that. Here, we're dealing with life indirectly in the community and down the road, years. So I think, to what extent is the test for cleanliness beyond doing something to make it clean, to see if it is clean?
Yeah, and I think, Doctor, it's another good point. I think that's where it goes back to resampling. So if you check once, then, you know, you come back and you check it again, and you try to verify the results, but it's just been interesting, to say the least, as to why you get one thing one day, another thing another day. It's been a challenge. It's frustrating. Frustrating.
That cleaning analogy you make applies to the wall. How much dust is coming before and after the wall? Okay, that's my point.
Thank you, Doctor.
Any other questions for Mr. Wright? Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you.
Any other witnesses, Mr. Wood?
No further witnesses.
Any member of the public wishing to testify today? I see none, hear none. Mr. Wong, you care to make a closing?
The district waives closing.
Mr. Wood?
Just to say that you've heard that there's been a lot of work that's been done by the company. They are not, as Mr. Wright said, sitting on their hands in any way, shape, or form. They greatly value the assistance they've been given by the district, and will continue to work with the district and with their internal experts to try and minimize emissions and make sure that we have the lowest possible concentrations in the community.
Thank you. Board members, any comments? Ms. Prusett?
I think I can comment that based on what we see with regard to how many curtailments there have been, and, you know, what's and the downward trajectory generally, that the order is doing what it's supposed to do. The order is supposed to be a placeholder between the very high readings that were first found at the facility when readings were first being made and monitoring was first commenced, and what we're seeing now, and between then and between when 1402 can start to take effect, which we have heard may not fully happen for 2 more years. And again, we're seeing it from the downward trajectory. But it is a bit troubling, I just wanted to put it on the record, that we continue to see curtailments as recent as mid to late March, and that the values at that curtailment were significantly higher than they have been. They were on the very high side since the order took place. Yet, we've seen all these measures put in place, and we've seen that the March Early Action Reduction Plan didn't contemplate any additional measures. And I think it's troubling when we look at where the emphasis is. The emphasis seems to be for aircraft in air kinetics, that's who we heard from last time, in identifying the monitors as being at fault, or the positioning of the monitors as being at fault. And I understand this sounds like a very difficult unraveling from a particular facility that it seems the district nor the facility thought was producing hexavalent chromium. But something as easy as placing a second bag house occurred after the last curtailment. And we're seeing, at least up till now, lower values consistently for a little bit. I'm hoping that that there is a change in the focus and the energy towards not worrying about the particular lawsuits or moving the monitor, but instead on, hiring the right people to come in and look and see what else can be done. And that I don't believe the district has any intention on moving the monitor without knowing that it is in a better place. But just to say for the record that I hope that stays the way it is. But so there are some concerns, but I think it's working the way it's supposed to be working.
Anyone else?
Yeah.
Senator?
Once again, to be reminded of the fact that I did watch a webcast on the governing board's meetings Friday, and they are hot on this issue, more than we are, I would imagine. And the district representation here does not come close to how the governing board feels about Anaplex and aircraft. I get the feeling they're going to be much tougher based on what I saw and what I heard. It's a top priority. As they say years ago, forewarned is forearmed. Get your house in order as quickly as you can, notwithstanding what the stipulation stuff is all about. They actually in the future be more forceful. Just watch the webcast. And I think maybe the district should watch the webcast also. The district that represents us here. Then you can be.
The district was there.
Well, the district is not here today. That represents it.
Well, I can't be everywhere. I did listen to the presentation.
But then you know what they feel then.
Ms. Byrd?
Yeah, this is a very complex issue, and I think that as a board, sometimes we want to try to make things work a lot better and a lot more efficiently, and that it's probably difficult to do so, and that there are experts who are at the district who may not have been aware or may not have brought this to the forefront until recently. And so there are things that are probably not known, things that are still being discovered. And as difficult as that is for me to accept, and as painful as that is for me to accept, I know that I have to accept that because that is what is. The only there are things going forward. The use of the monitor, that issue just really annoyed me. I will be honest, from the very start, this discrepancy about, I want to use this monitor, I want to use that monitor. At least we're at a point where we're going to use a monitor. And the parties agree that there will be a monitor, and they agree to the monitor. And hopefully by tomorrow, we'll get this thing cleared with the city as to where it's going to be located, and we will move forward, and we have that monitor, and we have that agreement with that monitor. I think, though, as a board, we have to be careful not to try to tell the district how to do their business, as well as to try to tell parties. And sometimes I am reminded of when I was a new inspector, green inspector, and how important it was for us not to always tell a company what to do because of the liability that would come back. Really, I mean, if they do what we say, X, Y, Z, if we get too technical and they do that, and then it doesn't work, then where does that leave us? I think we have to follow carefully the evidence that is presented to us and not bring in a lot of outside evidence, or not evidence, but outside information that maybe is not shared with the rest of the board. Today was, excuse me, but today was a little frustrating for me. And I just think that I do see that there's some movement forward. I'm not totally pleased with everything that happened, but I do see that there's some movement forward. The fact that they figured out to put a second back house on, I would have loved to have seen that happen before, but it didn't. Now it is. Now there is, now the emissions are lower. The district is working with this facility, and I think we're going to have to, as a board, just be more accepting of the process. The district also, I understand from the testimony, not from something else that was done and that I didn't see, but I understand from Mr. McMillan's testimony today that there are rules, that there are no rules that address all of the processes. When he made his presentation, the PowerPoint presentation, he said there are no rules that address all of these sources of these processes, which tells me that the district, yes, is concerned and that they need to have some rules, and they're probably in the process of developing rules as they find that they have unknown issues. And so our hands are tied in some respects, and the best that we can do is to evaluate the information, try to make suggestions, not tell the district how to go forward, but to try to make suggestions and find out what might be the best, and then evaluate the data that comes back to us as the witnesses bring that data, and that we can move forward as a board from there. So anyway, that's my rambling for today.
Well done. Well said. I want to underscore what Ms. Bird said about the temptation to tell the parties how to achieve what they need to achieve. We're not the experts. The experts are out there with the district and with the respondent. Our job is to push as hard as we can to get to the point where we need to get to. Ms. Prusek articulated again today what she did in the Aniplex hearing last week. And this is a bridge. When we get to the point where we're always under 1 nanogram per cubic meter, we're not there yet. That level was set for a risk of 100 in a million. And the 1402 goal is 25 in a million. So that's all. Ms. Prusek?
I just wanted to underscore, yes, I agree that micromanaging and stepping in as experts where we're not is always dangerous. But I do want to reiterate that I feel the emphasis needs to be rightfully placed at Aircraft on mitigation and not on the monitors so much. But there's nothing that we can do, and I do feel that the order is working, because when we see 4 curtailments, we know that there is enough pressure on aircraft, because aircraft does not want to be curtailed either. And so there is plenty of incentive built into this stipulated order to ensure that we continue to go into the right direction.
Senator.
Mr. Chairman, point of personal privilege. If you ask 5 people what they see, you get 5 different images explained. Or what they hear, they hear 5 different things. And it varies from group to group and person to person. The fact of the matter is that, as they say, different strokes for different folks. And I must tell you that what my goal and objective is to make sure that the people live in a safe environment in Paramount. And if I echo that almost every time I speak. And I will accept nothing less, in my view, until that major goal, jointly done otherwise, is accomplished. We have just a certain amount of authority here in this board to issue order of abatement. But there's new legislation that's going to change that. That's in the works right now. So it would be designed to preempt what the board does, which I would hate to see happen. I would like to see the board retain its jurisdiction, personally. But if that legislation becomes law, it will not. So, and I get the feeling, and you heard the webcast is being supported by the board, the governing board. So anyway, that's just my opinion. I stated, and that's it.
Thank you. Any other comments? No. Yeah, no motion is needed, and we appreciate the being brought up to date. If there's nothing further, I'm going to terminate this. We have not set a further hearing. A further hearing can be requested by any of the parties or the board on its own motion. With that, we'll close and hope for continued progress.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Any other business, board members? If not, we are adjourned. A reminder that there are some materials in your inbox regarding this matter, and we have a full day tomorrow. Thank you. We're adjourned.